Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope you are doing well today. If you're new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints most every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you're watching live, welcome. And if you're watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. My reading tonight is going to be very simple. I'm only reading one book, which is No Exit by Taylor Adams. This book was sent to me by Kat and has been recommended on numerous occasions by booktubers, by subscribers, of course, by Kat herself. And I'm really interested to read this. This is going to be hopefully the last book that I end up finishing for the year. So I'll like wrap up the year with this and then head into 2026 with a fresh slate. So I'm very early into this book still. I'm only on page 38 and hoping to make some decent progress tonight. I am not sure how long sprints are going to go tonight. I don't know if anybody can tell by looking at me that I don't have like my normal kind of energy that I typically have, and that is because I'm having a negative side effect for one of the medicines that I take, and it's causing me to have really bad nausea. And I've been dealing with that for a while now today. So I'm just going to try to go for as long as I can. And as long as I don't end up feeling like really, really terrible, I will try to do the full amount of time tonight if I can. Keaton is doing his best to make sure that I try to eat something. I really don't feel well. So I don't know how that's going to go, but I'm going to try. So you'll see me do that probably during our first sprint. And of course, I'm asking everybody what you're reading or working on tonight. And as always, this is just a chill time to sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, put a fan on you. Most everybody that's on sprints now are probably in the northern hemisphere where it's really, really cold right now. So I am not really sure if we're gonna end up having a white Christmas or not. It's kind of a toss-up at the moment. Well, I guess we'll see. But tonight I am just drinking water. And I did make a new recipe tonight for a sweet treat, which was why it was such a bummer that I was feeling ill because then I didn't end up wanting to eat it. I did try a piece, which I was trying to make a banana, like it was almost like a banana bread bar where they were supposed to be like really thin and moist, and they had like this like caramel glaze to put on top, and like you do the caramelization and everything yourself. And so I went to make it, and like a dummy, while I was reading the recipe, it said it was supposed to be in a 10 by 15 sheet pan, and I ended up putting it in an 8 by 10 baking dish. So instead of banana bars, I got banana cake, uh, which ended up being kind of funny. But the good news is it still tastes decent. Definitely would want to do it the right way next time. But I learned my lesson. So I'm going to go ahead and head on over and see who all is here and hopefully be able to wish everybody a happy Friday. This is our last sprint before the festivities of next week. For anybody who celebrates Hanukkah, is Monday the last day of Hanukkah? I think it is. So Hanukkah will end by the time I see you all, as well as Christmas happening. So I hope everybody's having wonderful holidays. And Kat says, "Hey, Alex and friends, I'm about to jump into the Cozy Cottage Book Club meeting, but we'll have sprints running in the background." Thank you, Kat. And Rob says, "Grab a drink, grab a snack." Hello, Rob. And everybody who came to the book club last night for Kat and I for A Man Called Uva. Again, thank you. It was really nice to see you. And Stina says, "Greetings." Hi, Stina. Heidi says, "Hello, I'm listening to Lord Fowl's band." I've never heard of that. And Jamie says, "Hey, Alex and friends." Hello to you too, Jamie. Stina says, "I'll mostly be working on a go bag." Okay. Is that something that you take with you to travel? Like it's an on the go bag, or is that a gift thing? I'm not really sure. Rob sending all the hearts. I know you really liked Man Called Uva, Rob, and I'm super happy to hear that. Stina says, "I'm sorry you're not feeling well." Thank you. It's kind of just been it's been a rough year health wise, which is weird because I pretty much never get sick. And I feel like I've had a lot of instances this year but this time it's not caused by like a virus or anything like that. It's literally just a negative side effect for my medicine. And you end up realizing that you shouldn't like eat or drink certain things after you end up having a problem. So, for example, I almost never drink coffee. I pretty much always drink tea, and I drink tea with very low caffeine because I have a low caffeine threshold. I'm not addicted to caffeine at all. And Keaton is addicted to caffeine, and he drinks coffee all day long. And the coffee that he really likes is an espresso blend. And I've had him make coffee for me before plenty of times. I always just don't drink a lot of it. Well, this medicine that I started taking, I must not have had like a regular cup of coffee in a while because it like threw my whole body out of whack. Like I was laying down and my heart rate was 99. And I'm like, that's not good. So and that's I'm just not used to that, like the nausea and everything. Like I get anxious when I have too much caffeine, like that's a given for me, but like all the other side effects were not normal. So now I know I can't drink coffee right now, which is too bad. And Jamie says, "Oh no, sorry to hear that. Thank you." Heidi says, "Lord Fowl's Bane." Oh, okay, by Stephen Donaldson. Cool. Chris says, "Hello, Alex. Hope you feel better soon." Thank you very much, Chris. It's nice to see you. Anne says, "Good afternoon." Hi, Anne. We have had thunderstorms and high winds today. We've had we have not had thunderstorms, but we have had high winds, and it's been very cold. Sorry if you can hear Barker in the background. He has been set off by absolutely everything today. He's been kind of difficult to handle. I love him very much, but he will not stop barking. Give me 1 second. And Zach says, "Hi, I'm reading Rewitched by Lucy Jane Wood. Sorry you're not feeling well. Thank you." And Sarah is here. Hi, Sarah. And Sarah says, "Merry early Christmas." A Merry early Christmas to you too. Thank you. Jamie says, "I'll either be reading The Siddiford Mystery by Agatha Christie or A Study in Scarlet Women by Sherry Thomas and addressing my last few holiday cards." Awesome. That's so cool. I love that you do holiday cards. And Anne says, "Reading the true story of Raja the Gullible and his mother by Rabi Alameddin. Have seen wonderful reviews. I have never heard of that book, but I hope it's great. I always hope books are great." Stina says, "It's emergency preparedness worst red flag day in Colorado history." Oh, okay. Well, yes, I'm glad that you're going to be taking precautions. And Zach says, "Rewitched was my gift from my internet bestie." Oh, that's really nice. That's cool, Zach. And Stina says, "Our power lines are buried, so we aren't in the top tier and haven't had any set scheduled power shutoffs, but we live close to railroad tracks." Oh my goodness. Well, I'm glad that they're buried. I also have buried power lines, so that it's always best in windy areas like where I live that you don't have them swinging everywhere. I'm very grateful for that because that would just cause like so much more anxiety. So you take care of yourself and your family. I hope everything will be okay and that you won't need your go bag. And I will be kicking us off with a 45-minute sprint tonight. And my first question for you all is going to be, what holiday tradition with your family is your favorite? So I think this is just a nice, simple question. And Anne says, "Raja the Gullible won the National Book Award for Fiction." Oh, awesome. Okay, I'm gonna look that up during the first sprint, Anne. I'm really curious because I have not heard of that at all. But I also haven't been paying very close attention to what's going on in terms of releases that have happened this year or books that have gotten awards. Other than like I took a very brief look at the Goodreads Choice Awards, and I didn't even look at like half of what was there. So, gonna teach me about a new book. And I will go ahead and get you all going on the first sprint. And I will talk to you all very soon. Bye. All right, everyone, come on back and let me know how you did. I made it to page 66 in No Exit. So, according to my Storygraph app, that's like 18% into the book. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what holiday tradition with your family is your favorite? And I will start. One of the ones, and unfortunately, I don't think we're going to do it anymore, but every single Christmas when my family on my mom's side would get together, we would watch the original Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. And so, like, all the jokes and everything are just things that we say to each other throughout the year. And honestly, it was really nice to just have a moment after everybody has eaten, after everybody's opened gifts, and you just sit and watch a movie together. And it's like a comfort film for me. And Stina says Raja is on on your wish list. Yes, for the cool book swap that you're gonna do for Christmas. And Stina says probably that we have never been very tradition bound. Flexibility feels so good when I see other people obsessing over pointless details in the name of tradition. There is something to be said that tradition can cause stress, so that is very fair. And Zach says, my favorite family holiday tradition is that almost none of them bother to try to contact me anymore. Well, you know what? If that is you maintaining your peace and comfort, then I'm happy for you for that. Heidi says, we used to pick small wrapped gifts. Some are gag gifts, but you can steal one if you had the last chance. You had to pick all the gifts. I think it's called Dirty Santa. Okay, that's super fun. So it's kind of like White Elephant, but you're trying to like nab the best gift, which sounds like fun. And Rob says, Christmas was always a favorite with a lot of my family gathering at one of my cousins' home. That's cool. Tangible Reads is here. Hi, Tangible Reads. And she says, hola, and hola to you. And Teresa says, Stina, stay safe. And you also said, hi, everyone. I'm going out to do some shopping, maybe be back. Well, hopefully you will be safe out there shopping, Teresa, and I hope that you're doing well. And Anne says, we're going to start a new tradition of spending Christmas Eve reading just the three of us. I think that's really wonderful. It's a great tradition. That's something I want to start doing, honestly, with Keaton. I think that's fun. Stina talking about Stina, didn't you say it was a Swedish tradition? Or I can't remember which country you said that it was originally from, but you do the book exchange and everybody sits and just reads the book that they got. I think that's a great idea. And Tangible Read says, I like the idea, Anne. Anne says that we spent the majority of Thanksgiving weekend home just enjoying each other. That's what you're supposed to do when you're with family. I love that. Travis is here. Hi, Travis. Travis says, happy Friday, peeps. My family and my husband and I are very non-traditional. We really don't have a tradition because we make new things each year. Also, I'll be on diamond painting coasters tonight. Oh, cool. I love that. Yeah, you were working on coasters on Catstream on Wednesday. So you must be making quite a few of them. That or they take a lot of time, which I also 100% would understand. And Angela says, hi, Alex. I'm not feeling the best today either. I'm really sorry to hear that, Angela. Still reading Agatha Christie's Midwinter Murder. Also looking at the Epstein pics they released today. Yuck. I didn't hear, or I heard about the Epstein like files and everything that were going on. I mean, obviously we all have, but I mean like the most recent updates. And Keaton was telling me that the DOJ basically just like refused to release documents that the court mandated that they release. So they're just flat out breaking the law, which is just honestly, it's not unheard of right now with our administration, but it's still upsetting. Like every time that it happens, it's still upsetting. And Travis says, so if I'm not quite then normal, that's why LOL about to make spaghetti. Oh, if you're more quiet than normal, that's why. That makes perfect sense. Enjoy your spaghetti. And Tangible Reed says, okay, time for some cooking. What are you cooking? Jamie says, decorating the Christmas tree was always my favorite tradition. Yeah, Keaton and I do that together now, and it's fun. I need to get some more like ornaments that revolve around like memories for us, because we do have some which are cute, but I'd like more of them. And Travis says, does fighting with family count as a tradition? Definitely not a fun one. Maybe something to be expected. And Rob says, "Oh, I forgot, Keaton, so no sushi tonight." Honestly, I hate that you just said that, Rob, because I have not felt like eating anything. And you said my favorite food. And I'm like, wow, that sounds really good right now. Why did you have to do that to me? Why? And Angela says, after my true love passed away, I couldn't bear cooking on holidays like before because it brought so many memories back of him. So for the last 11 years, we've all eaten Chinese. I remember you telling me that, Angela, and I think that that's a really wonderful way to kind of have like a new tradition without feeling like you're stomping over the memories of when you were with your husband. So I think that's nice. And Angela says, "Eek, no exit, enjoy." Yeah, I am shocked at how quickly this book picked up. Like, I was expecting there was going to be like some amount of preamble, and it's like, nope. And it's like, we're right into it. But you did kind of warn me about that because you said that it was like holding on for dear life the whole book. And Kat was telling me yesterday after we had our book club, she was talking about how she would be reading it and she would think that she would catch her breath and then all of a sudden something else would happen. So I have a feeling there's going to be like no downtime in this book at all, which means it's probably going to hold my attention, which is good. And Stina says, "Teresa, thanks." Jamie says, "I made it to page 40 in A Study in Scarlet Women, really loving it so far. Charlotte is a fantastic character." Cool. Stina says, "Icelandic." Thank you. Thank you for like reminding me of that. And Travis says, "I'm the one person in the family that reads." Oh, dang it. Well, that's no fun. And honestly, most of my family doesn't read either, unfortunately. So if I was going to do any sort of book exchange, I think it pretty much would just be Keaton and I, but I'm still like the main reader of our house. Tangible Reed says, "Don't underestimate quality time with friends and family." That is so true. We have some friends that are coming to visit us tomorrow, and they're just spending the day with us, and we have to figure out what we're going to go do. But I'm just excited to be able to see them before the holidays. I don't think we've ever gotten to see them this close to Christmas before, not since I was in college, when we were on like the same campus and everything. So it'd be really nice to see them. And Stina says, "My local horror book club has a book exchange, or had a book exchange last night. I got a Stephen Graham Jones book I've been looking forward to. That's awesome. Which one?" I do want to read more of him. My experience with the only book I've read of his was so intense that I'm like, man, I know I need to be like mentally prepared for how creeped out I'm going to feel reading his books. And I love that. I love that because I don't feel that anymore when I read horror novels. And The Only Good Indians, I had like the fear for part of the book, and I liked that. And Travis says, "I've got 2 sets done in 4 days. I underestimated how much they take." Oh, bless your heart. Zach says, "I got my measurements done for a little drawer to fit under my bed that will hold my dumbbells, and read about a chapter and a half of Rewitched." Awesome. Nice. So are you building, like, are you constructing it out of wood, or are you buying something that will fit under there? I'm curious. And Travis says, "The fact that Lolita was part of the new Epstein stuff is telling." What? Like the novel Lolita? I'm gonna have to look up what you mean by that because I'm confused. Tangible Reed says, "Cauliflower and chicken is the meal." How? I have no idea. Well, I mean, you put seasonings on that, it's all good. And Anne says, "I don't have a lot of fond Christmas memories growing up because my father was an alcoholic." I completely respect and understand your feeling about that, Anne. Travis says, "I had sushi for lunch." How dare you, sir? How dare you rub that in my face? I still like you anyway, though. Tangible Reed says, "And now you make your own decisions, so create better memories." Yeah, that's the beauty of it. Stina says, "Angela, understandable." Chris says, "We never really had Christmas traditions as a family. Most of us just did what we wanted to do on the holidays. We're not really a festive family." I think there is sometimes something very liberating about that, where it's like we were saying earlier when Stina said, "Oh, it's just free, you're flexible to not have traditions." You probably don't worry as much then if you don't have to be festive, because all the people in my life that go big for Christmas, it's always so much that they have on their mind. You know, they're trying to come up with creative things for dinner. They're coming up with like creative cocktails, the desserts that they're making, whose house they have to go to, like the family coordination, their kids, the grandkids, what to get their spouse. It's like this whole thing. And that's not that it's not that that isn't fun, because I think if that's what you want to do, and that is enjoyable for you, that's amazing. And I want everybody to do what they want for the holidays. But I also don't want people to feel bad if they don't like doing that stuff, because then it's just more low key. And I think that that's really nice too. And Angela says, I flew through that book. I got that notification on my watch that said my stress had increased during that time. Yeah, I don't know if with my raised heart rate right now, if like this is necessarily the best thing to be reading, but I'm going to anyway until I don't feel good. Nan says, I have very high levels of anxiety, so I don't want a lot of confusion and upheaval. Super fair. Stina says, the only good Indian. Yeah, the only good Indians. Yes. Oh, good. Okay, so you're saying that that's the one that you got. Great. That's the only one I've read. I hope you end up liking it. Chris says, I'm curious, what is the difference between a thriller and a horror novel? Is it the amount of violence? No, that's a really great question. A horror novel can also be a thriller. I think a thriller is typically a book where the things that are happening in it are part of reality. So, like, for example, in this story, this is a thriller because there is a child that has been kidnapped, and our main character has to try to figure out how to save her while they're in an isolated setting, right? Versus like a horror novel, it can be something that is happening in real life, but it can also be supernatural. I don't typically, and this is probably just my perspective, other people might disagree. I don't view thrillers as supernatural books generally. So I think that you can have a dual thriller and horror novel. They absolutely exist. But I don't think that all thrillers are horror. And Stina says, I read Killer on the Road by Stephen Graham Jones recently. I've driven that stretch of I-80 quite a bit, so it was rough to read. Oh, God. And Travis says, yeah, the novel Lolita. Ugh. Well, I mean, I understand the premise of that book is the man falls in love with an underage girl. It makes sense that that would be applied to the Epstein files. Zach says, there's two other readers in my family, but I still can't talk to them because they just read popular garbage off the bestseller list, like James Patterson. Ah. And Anne says, yes, Lolita was involved. God. Zach says, I'm making it out of plywood and particle board. Nice. Well, good for you for building it. There's some stuff in my house I want to build too. It's going to just be a really big project. Like my dream, if I can make it happen, which I know that I can, I just have to set aside the time and I have to really think about how I want to do it. But I want to create a built-in bookshelf because I have this alcove in part of my house where there's like this short little wall and then it just goes along, and I'm like, oh well, I could make that to where there's no like indent basically, and it could just be flat all the way down and just have it be like a perfect like set of bookshelves if I could figure out how to do it, which I'm sure that I could. It's just going to take a lot of time. I do like the fact though that when you build stuff on your own and you are resourceful and you don't have to hire out for it, it costs significantly less, which would be my reason for wanting to do it. But I also would want it to look good. Like I wouldn't want to build something and then people be like, that looks like trash, because that would make me so sad. Zach says, I mean, his plane was called the Lolita Express, wasn't it? Was it really? Oh, I didn't know that. Rob says, Chris, thriller, someone murders someone else, horror, someone murders someone. You're Thank you, Rob. That was very succinct. And Jamie says, one of the better distinctions between horror and thriller is both use suspense, but horror is dread based, what might happen, while thriller is anticipation based, what will happen next. I don't know. I think horror can also be, the fear of what's going to happen next. But I definitely agree that there's a lot of dread in horror. 100% agree with that. But yeah, I think that's a pretty good way to describe it, Jamie. Yeah. Absolutely. Well, thank you everybody for telling me about your either existing or non-existent family traditions. I appreciate it. And we're going to head into our next 45-minute sprint. And my next question for you all is, would you rather every candy you ever eat taste like peppermint schnapps or Bailey's Irish cream? You got to pick one. And Anne says, I have a copy of Lolita that I have not read. Will need to be in a better headspace than I am right now. Yeah, that's fair. Rob says, Chris thriller, Mayfly horror, it. I need to read Mayfly. The cover for that is super creepy. Like, it looks like a horror novel with the way that that cover looks. It looks more terrifying than the cover for it. Just so funny. All right, everybody. I got 45 minutes up on the clock. You have your next question. I will see how much more I can read right now. This is your reminder to drink water. I need to drink some water right now because my stomach's feeling kind of sour. So I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 84 in No Exit. Before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather every candy you ever eat taste like peppermint schnapps or Bailey's Irish Cream? And Stina emphatically and very quickly answered Bailey's. Jamie said, I also need to read Mayfly. And Tangible Reed says, no contest, Bailey's all the way. And Chris says, thanks everyone for the info about the horror thriller comments, Rob. And Tangible Reed says, I read Mayfly and so regret it. Cry, gory, creepy weirdo. I actually like horror. Yeah, it looks very unsettling just based off of the cover alone. And when I read the dust jacket, I was like, yeah, I feel like that would be a book that would have me be kind of on pins and needles the whole time. And Melissa's here. Hi, Melissa. Melissa says, hi, all. Sorry I'm late. No worries. You can arrive anytime you like, even if it's not at the beginning. It's all good. Anne says, I tried to read Fox by Joyce Carol Oates. I never finished it and quickly removed it from my house. And Stina says, I feel like a thriller operates on pretty mundane logic, whereas horror goes, what the fuck, pretty quickly. Yeah, horror, I feel like because horror can go completely outside the bounds of reality, you know, and I'm, of course, thinking about supernatural horror, but there's so much more that I feel like you can do versus a thriller. And like, because after you read a lot of thrillers, you kind of start getting the idea of like what's probably going to happen in the story. Maybe you can figure out very early on who did it, if it's also like a thriller mystery, versus horror where it could be just anything in the world happens. And maybe that's wrong for me to say that, because I also enjoy thrillers. It's not a knock against thrillers. I'm just saying that after you've read a certain number of them, I feel like they're less exciting. Whereas for horror, I feel like I'm always like looking for the next like super weird, creepy thing. And sometimes I find it. And Melissa says, to answer your question, no, I'll be reading How My Neighbor Stole Christmas. All right. And Angela says, 100% Bailey's Irish Cream. I used to love that in my morning coffee. Haven't had any in 10 years, though. Personal choice. And Rob says, Tangible Read, you might like Grey Dog, Elliot Gish. It's a horror and a thriller. And Rob says, Schnapps and Bailey's. Bleh. And guess what, Rob? I'm in the same boat as you. If I had to pick one, I would pick Bailey's, but I probably would never eat candy again if I had to choose one of those. Tangible Reed says, I'll check it out. Rob says, Stina Strange, Sally Diamond, Liz Nugent is a thriller that ramps up quickly and then it gets deeply disturbing. 5 stars. And Jamie says, I like peppermint, but peppermint schnapps is pretty aggressive flavor. Yes, it is. I think I'll go with Bailey's. I also think Bailey's is an aggressive flavor, though, but that's just me. And Melissa says, didn't read during that sprint. And that's okay. I probably had other important things to do. Anne says, this is Christmas to me. We're all in the den. Neely is watching a Hallmark Christmas movie. Lucy is watching something on her tablet, and I'm reading. I love that. Family together time. Travis says, decided to do some watch parties over on the Holiday Hell channel while I do Christmas stuff. Good night and happy holiday to anyone I may not see before Christmas. And you as well, Travis. Thank you. And Anne was saying, have a wonderful holiday, Travis. Stay safe. And Tangible says, Nicole, cuss, never. And Stina says, Rob, that one is definitely on my radar. And Stina says, I've been listening to A Well-Trained Wife this afternoon, but I can't handle much of that at a time, so I'm switching back to The Last Devil to Die. There you go. And Anne says, Stina added A Well-Trained Wife to my want to read list. Cool. Zach says, Bailey's Irish Cream. Melissa says, I ran through the rain to get the mail to find the book I ordered through Amazon. I ordered Two Women in Rome by Elizabeth Buchanan. Nice. And why? I hate that they changed it to where I can't see the original names anymore because I know that little icon and I can't remember who it is. I'm so sorry. I say the little penguins. He said, hi all. Would say peppermint schnapps mint is pretty neutral in taste reading The Tainted Cup tonight. And Jamie says, finish chapter 2 of A Study in Scarlet Women, put the laundry in the dryer and talk to a friend, switch to the Stidiford mystery for a book club, but only got a few pages read. Stina says, the current crop of thrillers feels especially samey to me. Yeah, I felt that way about them for a while. You said, Alex, are you reading No Exit, the play? I love that play. Very good. No, this is the novel by Taylor Adams. Did they make this a play, or is there a different play that is also called No Exit? That'd be very interesting if they turn this into a play. That would be really, really kind of creepy. And Chris says, Alex, what is the huge red book to the side of your head, the one at the bottom? You're talking about this? I'm assuming you're talking about this. That is The Chestnut Man by Soren Sveistrup. I think it definitely is a translated work because his name is not English. I think it might have been Russian, maybe. But yeah, The Chestnut Man. And Zach says, I did like Zombie by Joyce Carol Oates, but I haven't tried Fox. Kat says, you're still running in the background. Oh, thank you. We're watching Christmas in Connecticut as part of our book club meeting. Nice. And Kat says, I choose Bailey's. I was going to be surprised if anybody chose peppermint schnapps, but I still wanted to see if anybody would. Chris says, Kat and Barbara Stanwyck. And Kat says, yes, it's my favorite time watching it. And Anne says, Zach, I have never been so offended by a book as I was by Fox. And Read Along says, No Exit was a play written by Jean-Paul Sartre in the 1940s. Oh, okay. No, I did not know that. This is a thriller. So very, very different. I'm curious, what is that play about? What is the No Exit play about? And Zach says, Sarah Bladel is a Danish thriller writer that goes into horror territory. Yrsa, I'm not even going to try. I see Dotir. I know that's daughter. I'm not going to try that first part. Is an Icelandic writer. Her thrillers have ambiguous supernatural elements in her Thora Gudmunds Dotir series. Okay, very cool. I do love like Icelandic names. I just wish that when I said them with my American accent that I didn't butcher them horribly. Because I do, and I know that. I still try though. All right, everybody. Well, thank you for answering my question, and I'll give you your next question. And that is going to be, do you typically read books that fall in the same time of year as the weather outside, or do you not care either way? So finally got a bookish question in there. And going to do another 45 minutes up on the clock. I'm going to wish you all happy reading, and I'll see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 104 in No Exit. And I'm definitely not 100%, but I'm definitely feeling better than I did when I first started the stream and I was able to eat some cottage cheese. Whoop whoop. So that's good. Got some protein, which is important. And before we left, I asked you all the question, do you typically read books that fall in the same time of year as the weather outside, or do you not care either way? It says read along says it's about 3 people in a waiting room trying to figure out why they are in there. Don't want to give it away. Oh yeah, you're talking about the play of No Exit, not based off of the same book or the same title by Taylor Adams. And Anne says the season doesn't matter. Heidi says, Zach, have you read Kristen Lavransdatter, Norwegian epic fantasy? Stina says, it mainly depends on what readathon challenge requirements I have going on. In general, I have not been a very seasonal reader, but that's changing. That's funny you say that, Stina, because typically I'm also not a seasonal reader, but there have been 2 different things this year that I read that I intentionally read during the winter. The first was The Terror, which ended up taking me forever. And I think by the time I finished it, it wasn't winter anymore. And then now No Exit. And some other things ended up falling into the season that they took place in, like A Man Called Ove took place in the wintertime. We read it in the winter, but I didn't really count that as like a seasonal book because it wasn't something that was very festive either. So I don't know. I don't typically do that. I really just read whatever I like. But in the same vein, if a book is themed around, like, for example, it would be like a Christmas book, I wouldn't want to read a Christmas book in the middle of summer. Like, that would be something I would want to read at the end of the year. But I don't really read stuff like that. Kat says, I read seasonally. And Heidi says, I never think about the season and the book I am reading. Yeah, that's fair. Kat reading seasonally is one of the reasons why some of our books end up matching the season that they take place in, because she's much better about that than me. Kat, did you look up that A Man Called Ove took place in the winter? Because I didn't look that up at all. And Zach says, not only do I not care, but it's not very relevant. I forgot what time of year the book takes place. Oh, yeah, if it's not relevant to the story. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Talkana's here. Hi, Talkana. Good to see you. Talkana says, I have picked up a Christmassy book around Christmas before, but I don't normally care. Read along says, I don't pay attention to season, though, so find delight in the book's seasons randomly. Oh, wait, sorry. So I find delight in the book's season randomly matching my own. Yeah, that could be very serendipitous. Christina's here. Hi, Christina. Christina says, hi, Alex. I remember even snowmen need water, have a cup of holiday cheer, a Christmas cookie or 2, check the laundry, take meds, stretch, and share cozy blessings with the like button. Thank you very much, Christina. I hope you're doing well. And enjoying the fact that well, again, for everybody, Hanukkah ends on Monday, I believe, and Christmas starts on Thursday. And Anne says, I'm sending an email to Ben and Jerry's. This Cherry Garcia is missing the cherries. Oh no, that's terrible. Christina says, reading 'Twas the Knife Before Christmas by Jacqueline Frost. See, that's a perfect example of a book I would not want to read in the middle of summer. And Kat says, Christmas in Connecticut was a cute movie. Barry picked up sushi. What is it with you all taunting me with the sushi tonight? Why are you doing this to me? And sesame chicken for dinner. We have to run to my friend's house down the street to let his dog Nala out to potty. Well, that's nice of you. Rob says, I always thought it was important to read books that took place in the winter when the season rolled around. And Jamie says, don't generally care either way. I say that, but here I am reading the Sittaford Mystery, which takes place in a winter storm. I mean, you can do it every now and then. It doesn't mean that you have to necessarily do it all the time. Angela says, total seasonal reader. Kat says, oh no, bummer that you're feeling under the weather. For me, Kat, I'm not ill. I had a negative side effect, like a reaction to a medicine that I'm taking because I ended up drinking coffee when I shouldn't have. So I'll be okay though. And Kat says, but glad you're feeling better. Thank you very much. And Tangible Reader says, not seasonal here. I haven't read any Christmas books, so I am watching Christmas movies. Oh, that's awesome. Do you have a favorite Christmas movie? Kat says, yes, I looked up UVA. Good for you, Kat. See, you're the one keeping us on track. You're the one that's making sure we read seasonally, because it sure as heck was not me. And Jamie says, there's a real ripoff, and no cherries. Christina says, oh no, Anne. Ben and Jerry's usually have big chunks of yum in it. Yeah, it's like why you pay $6 a pint, is because they're supposed to give you the chunks. And Stina says, Christina, I started the book the other day and will probably switch back to it tonight so I can get to the third in the series before its loan expires. And Angela says, Anne, I would be so mad if there were no cherries, but Ben and Jerry's sold out. Maybe that's it. Was that recent? Tangible Reed says, hey, Kat. Oh, okay, great. Your name's Courtney. Wonderful. All right. Kat says, hey to Courtney. Courtney says, I like the Santa Claus and Gremlins. Very cute. And Christina says, yes, Tina, I am racing my Hoopla loans too. Courtney says, how about everyone else? Yeah, my main one was Christmas Vacation. I do enjoy Christmas Story. When I was growing up, I watched the Santa Claus movies. I haven't seen those in ages. I do like more classical films, and I do consider these to be Christmas movies, but Grumpy and Grumpier Old Men are like two of my favorite, because it falls between Thanksgiving and Christmas, I think, is usually when those movies take place. I know Thanksgiving happens and I think Christmas happens later because there's like a stretch of time, but I enjoy them. And Kat says, Gremlins is so much fun. And Zach says, I haven't read that author, but I'll check her out. I'll have to go back to check her name because that message isn't showing up in my chat, even with all the messages selected. That's weird. So I can see it, but you can't? That seems really strange. Because usually if it's hidden for me. Christina says, hi, Kat. And hello to Courtney. Kat says, hey, Christina. I'll be back. And Courtney says, hey to Christina. Stina says, Die Hard. Oh, yeah. Is Die Hard a Christmas movie? The yeah. Long... Keaton from the other room. Yes. So I know that people argue about that. I saw it for the first time last year, and I really enjoyed it, and I feel like I would be fine if people view that as a Christmas film. He said it's showing at the local indie cinema this week, so I think some friends and I will go. Christina says, I was silly and got 3 to 6 on Hoopla on the same day, so yeah, I have 2 days to get through them all. Haha! Yes, I am delusional sometimes. And Courtney says, I only saw Gremlins 2 this year. Well, I'm sorry to tell you this, but I have yet to see either of the Gremlins movies. But that is something that Keaton and I are planning on remedying very soon. So for anybody who's like, how dare you not have seen it? I know. We both have not seen them. We will fix that. And Anne says, I just ate the entire pint looking for the cherries. That's how they got you. Jamie says, A Christmas Story and all the Rankin Bass specials that we watched as kids, and of course, Die Hard. And Angela says, I think it's been a long time since they sold out, and I've had a lot of Perfect Cherry Garcia since. Excuse me. Excuse me again. Oh, Christine says, oh, love Gremlins, the first one. Zach says, I haven't read it, but Die Hard is based on a book called Nothing Lasts Forever. I didn't know that. I wonder if it takes place during Christmas. Angela says, Gremlins, love. And Stina says, I go through the bonus borrows on the last day of the month and borrow a bunch. At least there's no pressure since I didn't burn any borrows on them. There you go. And Rob says, Miracle on 34th Street with Natalie Wood. And Melissa says, Christmas, yes, but generally no. And Courtney says, I'm going to give you a pass on now having seen Gremlins because you seem cool. Oh, thank you. I admittedly have not seen a lot from that director. I watched a video with Keaton recently of people breaking down. Why am I blanking on his name? That's frustrating me. Sorry. 1 second. Gremlins director.
Joe Dante.
Joe Dante. Keaton's yelling at me from the other room. Thank you. Yes, Joe Dante. So we were watching people break down Joe Dante's movies, and they did like every single one, and they were saying which ones were their favorite. Of course, Gremlins was up at the top, but one of the ones that caught my attention was Matinee with John Goodman, and we just recently watched that, and we both really liked it. It's super weird, but it was my kind of weird, and a movie I definitely would want to watch again. And I thought the message of it was pretty interesting because it takes place during the Cold War and the standoff that's happening with the nuclear missiles. So, yeah, definitely recommend that film. And so, because we watched that and we want to watch the other Joe Dante movies that they recommend, Gremlins is on that list. So, we will we will be fixing that. Zach says Gremlins is fine. It's mostly nostalgia for people. Well, I love practical effects and I love the puppets that they have. I think they look really cool. I get so tired of CGI nowadays because I just don't feel like it's that interesting. So anything that they use actual props makes me feel really good. And Christina says, yeah, that is how I got number 3, but then right after midnight, I borrowed the rest. I have no idea what I was thinking. And Courtney says Keaton is your side chair quarterback. He really is though. He's sitting right in our living room through that door and he can hear every word I'm saying. And Stina says, at BookerCon in DC in 2001, I met Walter Wager, who wrote the book Die Hard 2 is based on. He was one of the writers invited to the Pentagon that week to run terrorism scenarios. Oh, that's wild. Oh my gosh. And Christina says, Gizmo is so cute. And Anne says, now I'm cold. My wife said she can't believe I ate all of it. Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't get a brain freeze. That's so funny. Well, thank you everybody for answering that question. And because I'm feeling well enough, I will be going through the full number of sprints tonight. So hooray for pushing through not feeling good. I know it always, that's the thing, is I know that it always gets better. It's just that initial, man, I feel really terrible, but we got there. It's okay. So, my second to last question that I always ask every sprint is, what is something you've learned over the last week that was interesting? The key is that it just has to be interesting to you. It doesn't necessarily have to be interesting to anybody else, although I'll probably find it interesting even if I have no idea what you're talking about. So feel free to put whatever it is. I have a fun little fact. It's an animal fact that I will share when we come back from sprints. And I have another 45 minutes up on the clock for you all. I think I'm going to read a little bit more of No Exit because I've made such good progress tonight. So I'll probably get to the end of this next chapter. And then I think I might knit because I'm still working on my sock. So we'll see what I'm doing when we come back from this other 45. But yeah, let me know your interesting fact that you learned over the last week. And I'll see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I have made it to the chapter that is called, or the section, I should say, that's called Midnight, which is, I'm now on page 120. So I'm officially a third of the way through No Exit. This reads very quickly. I'm actually surprised at just like how fast this goes. It's not just that it's fast paced, it's just something about it just, I don't know, it flows easily, it's easy to digest, I guess you could say. Very interesting. And there was a little twist that just happened in the book where I was like, oh, and now I want to know what happened. So that's good. It's keeping my attention. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what was something you learned over the last week that was interesting? And Anne says, when I lived in Texas, there was Bluebell peppermint ice cream that I had found nowhere else. It was only available at Christmas. Oh, so it was like a special seasonal treat. That's cool. Zach says, I learned that Uva is my second most hated book character of all time. Below Red from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, but above Holden Caulfield from Catcher in the Rye. And Courtney says, I learned I'm more creative than I thought. That's nice. That's sweet. I love that. And Zach says, I think it's time to get out my dog's electric heated blanket. It's very sweet being her primary source of heat, but the perpetual cuddling does prevent me from doing other things. Aw. Oh, such a hard life to be loved by a dog. And Angela says, I learned that Abraham was a licensed bartender. He was a mixologist in New Salem, Illinois before becoming president. He was 24. He was also a boxer. Like, he was a very scrappy individual. Sounds like a very interesting man to have known in real life. Rob says, interesting. Psychiatrist Hans Prinzhorn introduced 10 schizophrenic masters. The book featured over 6,000 artwork created by 450 psychiatric patients. I wanted that book, but it isn't for sale. That's really cool. 10 schizophrenic masters. 6,000 works of art. That's a lot. I mean, how fascinating. And Rob says, Bildner, oh God. Artistry of the mentally ill. I'm not even going to try to say that in German. I could if I like practiced, but I'm not going to do that live. I'm not going to do it live. Artistry of the mentally ill. And Kat says, I learned that a lightship was a ship that acted as a lighthouse in areas where lighthouses couldn't be built. They were moored in places deemed dangerous for passing ships. I did not know that. Very cool. Very interesting fact. My interesting fact is I found out that hippos are pretty much solidly muscle. Like, they look like they're fatty, but they're not. They only have between 2 and 5% body fat, and their skin is incredibly thick. So I think their muscle makes up like 65% of their body, and then the rest of the weight, I believe, is their skeleton, which is just absolutely terrifying because they weigh a ton. But it also makes sense then why they are so effective at, well, frankly, just killing people. Like, they don't eat people, but I believe they're the animal that kills the most people a year because of just how dangerous they are. It's crazy. Melissa says, got to about 20%, read about 40 pages during the sprint. I want to thank you for sprints tonight and Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you too, Melissa. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And Anne says, there is climate change. We have gone from rain to thunderstorms to high winds to snow in 24 hours. Yeah, it's been absolutely crazy with the weather. And Courtney says, still watching TV. All right. Tokana says, nearly done with A Man Called Uva, a little late. That's okay. That's why we record the discussion if you end up wanting to go watch it, which you don't have to, but if you want to. Jamie says, I learned that the top 3 most adapted books literary characters are Frankenstein, makes a lot of sense. Dracula also makes a lot of sense. And Sherlock Holmes. Yeah. Yeah. There have been a lot of each of those. And says, I learned that the $1 gold coins are basically worthless. They're not accepted for bus fare or vending machines. Yeah, I believe those are just collector's items. A lot of coins and money that people collect aren't they have no value in like regular society. They only hold value to collectors. Chris says, I learned that I have little patience for being behind people in the smoothie shop who ask, does the peanut butter protein smoothie have peanut butter? It's happened more than once. That is hysterical. I have never experienced that out in the wild, but the fact that that's happened more than once is actually crazy. I wonder if they're asking. Yeah, I mean, it's got to be because they're wondering whether it's like actual peanut butter or only peanut butter flavored protein powder. I want to assume that that's the mentality they're going into, which I guess if they're trying to watch their caloric intake is that's not a dumb question, but is still funny. That's still funny. But it is dumb if that you can read the ingredients and it specifically says that it's only protein powder, or if it says on their peanut butter. Usually the ingredients are listed for things like that, like Smoothie King, I think like Jamba Juice, all those kinds of places like that. They typically like have everything listed. I don't know. Jamie says, finish chapter 6 of the Siddiford mystery. It reads really quickly, already at page 51. Nice. Rob says, hippos, a poop tornado. And Talcana says, I will go watch the discussion. I missed y'all yesterday, but I was also super busy yesterday. That's totally fair. Absolutely. We'll be there for the next one, too, so no worries. And says, nearly got 2 of them from a vending machine. Oh, wow. That's crazy. Alrighty, everybody. Well, we're going to head into the final sprint of the evening. I'm going to still do a half hour just because I can tell that I'm starting to feel tired. I was wondering because we're a little bit ahead right now because we haven't even hit the 4-hour mark, but I don't think I'll do another 45. I do think I'll do the traditional 30. So I'm going to get that switched over really quick for the timer. And I did spend a lot of that segment knitting. So if you all want to see, I'm still so bummed because the lighting in here and the way that the camera picks it up, you all won't be able to really see the colors, but I've made a lot of progress on my sock. So I'm at that's about 5 inches from the heel to the foot that I have so far. And at the 8-inch mark is when I start working on the toe, because the toe will be another 1.5 inches for the size sock. So it should end up being a 9.5-inch foot by the end. And I've been finding this very soothing. I really like making socks. It's fun, especially when it's cold outside. Let's see. And Chris says, the ingredients are clearly listed. I think some people just are in constant state of confusion. Well, I don't know if it's just that they're in a constant state of confusion so much as a lot of people just don't read. There have been so many instances in my life where, because I have to send out for even like in my job, I have to send out communications to our employees that like lists all the information that they could need, or I give them very specific instructions on how to do something. And the number of people who just don't read it is insane. It's not that they can't, they just don't want to. It's like when I ended up hosting, took everybody to a baseball game, and I had to do all this work to be able to get everybody to go to this game. And I was the one that was handing out all the tickets. I was doing all the communications. I was meeting people the day of. I mean, it was a big thing for me. And in that email, the very first email, I listed like how you had to RSVP, how many tickets people could get, how you would be added to the wait list and everything. The number of people who either read that and still felt like they deserved preferential treatment, or didn't read it and wanted preferential treatment anyway, was insane. So I guess I'm just really not surprised. Tolkana says, neat sock. Thank you. Appreciate it. And Jamie says, I am always amazed by people who knit. I do a lot of crafts, but that one just intimidates me, especially socks. Because I started going to physical therapy last week. I had my second session yesterday, and I found out that the lady who's been helping me, she has been knitting a stocking, which is really cool. So I was enjoying getting to talk to her about, like how I make socks and everything. And her most intimidating part was she had gotten to the heel, and she was really worried about the heel turn. And honestly, it is like magic. It's so cool when you make a garment, you know. And I have like my sweater that I made that you all probably remember when I was making it, and it's the completely wrong size. It's way too big for me. It looks a little bit ridiculous, but every time I look at it, I'm like, wow, I made that. Even if it doesn't fit, the next one will fit because I had to make this first one to know what not to do on the next one. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Zach says, I read the manual to my microwave cover to cover 4 times. You know, Zach, that that doesn't surprise me, but I love that. And Angela says, I like those colors you're using for the socks. Thank you. Yeah, like I said, it really just sorry, my glasses just got caught on them. My yarn caught my glasses so that my glasses didn't hit the floor. Isn't that nice? Oh gosh, is this all tangled now? Come on, me. Oh wow, that is like really caught. I have never had, I didn't even know that part of my glasses existed. There's this like really tight little loop. What the heck and heck? Okay, there we go. All right. Yeah, so again, they're different shades of orange, from like burnt orange to kind of like a goldish yellow color, and then it's got green with like small hints of blue. My take, if y'all want to end up seeing them when I'm done, I can take a photo of them and I can put them in the communities post. And then you can, like, I'll do it during the day when I have natural lighting and you would actually be able to see the colors. And Stina says, I read Being Peace and learned that I would not make a very good Buddhist. Was that something that you were interested in exploring, Stina, or you just happened to, like, you read it and you're like, wow, that would not be for me? That's funny. All right, everybody. I'm going to have us go into the last sprint of the evening. And as always, my last question is, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? It could be big, could be small, could be something that happened 5 minutes ago, or something that happened right after we were done with sprints last week. I just want you to think about something that you're proud of. And Jamie says, very cool. Would love to see them finished. I definitely could take a picture of them for you all. And Stina says, it was my piece selection for Advent. Very cool. Oh, yeah. I don't think I've given you all an update about my teas, my tea Advent calendar that I got. I did get a little bit behind on the days. I think I'm only like a day or two behind, but maybe just a day now. But I have been enjoying it. I have not liked all of them, but the ones that I have liked have been interesting and unique and things that I wouldn't have tried on my own. Like I had a chocolate fondue tea that I tried that ended up pairing perfectly with some like little brownie bites that I had. Immaculate. Never would have thought in my life to drink chocolate fondue tea. So it was good. But it is also helpful that they were all herbal teas. Like I had that selection because if they were black teas, I wouldn't be able to drink them because of the caffeine. Alrighty. I'm going to get everybody started here on the last 30-minute sprint. Probably go back to working on my sock, and I'll see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. right, everybody, come on back from the last sprint of the evening. I didn't get any reading done, but I did do some more knitting. Before we left, I asked you all, the question was one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of. I would say for me, it was continuing with my physical therapy, and I have been doing my exercises at home. Like, I'm trying to get better. I think it's going to be really slow progress, which is, that's what happens a lot of times when you get injured and you have to go to physical therapy. And for me, my injury happened so long ago that it's going to be an uphill battle, but I'm really trying. So yay for me. I'm also going to do better about flossing more. I got a stern talking to when I was at the dentist. I have very good dental hygiene. I've never had a cavity in my life, but the dental hygienist was like, "You have to floss more," and got like really upset with me. So I'm going to do better going forward about that as well. So let's see. Talgana says, I got the upstairs carpet to not smell like cat pee. You go, girl. That is a hard, any type of urine, especially animal urine, is really difficult to get out of like carpets and rugs. So good job. Kat says, I accomplished getting all my packages and Christmas cards mailed out. Great job, Kat. Whoop whoop. Zach says, I spoiled it yesterday, but I gave away another $1,500 to my mystery person to help out with Christmas expenses. It's very kind. And Jamie says, I mailed half of my holiday cards today, and the other half is going out tomorrow. Last year, half my list got Christmas cards, and the other half got New Year's cards in January. Proud of my improvement this year. Oh, great job. Stina says, we got a go bag set up, and we'll probably organize them a bit better before we go to bed tonight. I'm thinking I might just keep mine in the car all the time. Yeah, as long as there's not anything in there that could freeze, you should be fine. Rob says, accomplished. I got 488 views on one of my shorts. Don't ask me how I did that. Great job, Rob. Look at you go. And Christina says, just finished "'Twas the Knife Before Christmas" by Jacqueline Frost. Now starting book 3, Slashing Through the Snow. He said, thanks for hosting today, Alex. Have a peaceful evening. I hope you do as well. Thank you, Christina. To remember, even snowmen need water. I need to get more water. I drank my whole glass. Have a cup of holiday cheer and Christmas cookie or two. Check the laundry, take med stretch, and share cozy blessings with the like button. Thank you again, Christina. And Jamie says, no reading that sprint, finished the laundry. Very nice. And Zach says, got about halfway through chapter 9 and rewitched. Great. Angela says, I ordered a book from Amazon for a Christmas gift. I just opened it to wrap it. It was a different cover, an ugly one at that. They received a nice review of a big fat 0. Bummed. Dang it. I'm sorry. I hate it when that happens. I'm actually surprised because usually Amazon's pretty good about that, but I know that's not unheard of. Jamie says, thanks for sprints. Have a great weekend and happy holiday to all who celebrate. Yes, happy Hanukkah to everybody. Merry Christmas. Just happy holidays in general. I have no idea because our next sprint would fall the day after Christmas. If I might have stuff going on with my family that has yet to be determined. So I cannot guarantee one way or the other, like whether I will or will not do sprints. So it's going to be a toss-up next week. But either way, I hope everybody has very happy holidays. And Kat says, thanks for sprints, Alex. Happy weekend, friends. Thank you, you as well. And Rob, I don't know what that says, but I have no idea what that says. And Stina says, happy holidays, y'all. Thanks for sprints, Alex. Thank you for coming. Rob says, thank you for the sprints. Happy holidays. Capybara. Yes. Happy holidays, everybody. We've had another year together, which is just crazy to think about. We're so close to 2026. It's insane. But yes, wishing everybody a good night, and I'll